Call the meeting to order at 10 o'clock. Agenda additions and approval. CO Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do have a request for a decision. It's a request from the Sullivan Lake Ag Society for some emergency recreation funding. And we also have a report submitted by Councillor Nyberg on the County of Stettler Housing Authority. So I'm recommending that the request for decision goes under new business, 7.8, which it's there, and the report under 11. Did you add it? No. I think it could go 11.4.34. Or actually it's 11.4.30.
11.4.30 is County of Stettler Housing Authority.
Yeah. All I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, if we are adding it, I do have one that was the County Housing Authority. There was a sheet there. So I don't know if you want to put it 1980 or something. I don't know. Just for the state.
Sorry, I can't hear.
That's one I added. This one?
Oh, there was a chart that I set. They were
Supposed to go together.
We couldn't find it.
the chart.
Yeah.
Chart's in the package already.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
This one was.
No, no, that's what I said. I don't know. This news.
Okay.
It's the way this is ordered too, with the different names and the different committees.
Yeah.
We list the same thing a couple times, and
Yeah, because we have two members on the committee.
I think even if we get group.
Great, we'll fix that. This is our first attempt at listing all the committees.
And it doesn't matter to me, Mr. Chair. However that fits. It's fine. Just that's if you're trying to keep them together.
That 11.4.19 is the chart.
Is the chart that should go with that particular, because it refers to a chart in there.
We just put them together if that's okay.
That works for me. It can go under 1.9 too, as an addition there.
So of after we at 11.4.30 or 11.19,
19, I think.
okay. Okay, and you've got a clerical area?
On the original agenda that was sent out, we had a request for decision for a support of an ACP grant for the village of Denelda. That has been struck from the agenda.
Okay. And it's current on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Municipal Affairs advised us we didn't need that resolution for them.
Any other additions? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And the handout I gave you for the Stettler Hospice fundraiser, if we could put that under 7.9, I think. And with that, if there's no other additions, I'll move that forward.
Are there any other additions or concerns on the agenda? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay. We just voted. Oh, okay. Okay, minute approval. Regular council meeting, November 12th, 2025, page 5 of the package. Is there any? And also regular council meeting, November 26, 2025.
So, Mr. Chair.
Just the one that at the very beginning, it says that I was present at the opening of the meeting, and I wasn't. I zoomed in, and it is correct in the body of the minutes.
I zoomed in.
But it said you were present.
I wasn't co-violating, so I think we're right. So just that small change.
Any other concerns or additions in the minutes?
And I'll move that.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. No public hearings today. We have a 1:30 delegation for Stettler Public Library for their 2026 budget presentation. And council's request for information, 6.1, economic development meetings, Councilor Gano.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. This was a request that was made prior to me learning a little bit more about the topic. But just in general, since I have the floor, what I'll be looking for is when we discuss economics, if the proponent and if appropriate, I'd like to just suggest that we involve our municipal friends when we're able. And I think that's the outcome. I was, the dialogue that we had earlier, I know a little bit more about how it flowed, I guess.
Hey, with, and as far as economic development, this has been a story that's went, quite around and around on this table. Councillor Nyberg has been involved with the Board of Trade for 2 years. Councillor?
More than that, but as our liaison, quite a while.
And so much of what the Board of Trade does is strictly town of Stettler related. So then we were trying to get it based more on a project basis. We've tried to have it that we had the liaison, so anything that would concern the county of Stettler would be brought back. And we've set up an economic dashboard, which is being worked on. Is it currently being worked on? Or?
Yeah, that contract's underway.
When it comes to economic development in our municipalities, there's going to be differences, and there's times we sit at the table, and there's going to be times that we don't. My concern in this one was that the person we were talking to originally wanted us to be in confidence, so there was no opportunity to sit at the table until it was their decision. Councillor Nyberg?
So thank you, Reed Clark. I've been working with the economic development, I think, since I've been on council. We used to be part of CAPE. We've done a number of things go forward. When I was liaisoning with the Board of Trade, any big item that was coming towards us that we'd had some work with, i.e. the solar projects, et cetera, stuff that was going to affect them heavily, G3. There was a number of those items that we would bring in and have that discussion at the Board of Trade. So if there was something on the flip side, they would then contact me. Byron Geddes at the Board of Trade would say, Mr. Nyberg, we could use you to come in and we'll have an update of X, whatever it is. So that's what we've been doing in the past. I'm not sure if there's a big change to go forward with that, but I think that's what the liaison's been for the last little while anyways.
Councillor Yano?
Thanks for that history. And I can save, Andrew.
I'll after you're done.
I can save my, I guess, comments for later when we talk strat plan and so on, but I really would like to understand where we're going as a county and how involved we are going to be in economic development and what that looks like. Thank you.
We'll just speak to the meeting side of things. So we had left it on the agenda specifically just to have the sort of education part of where we wanted to talk a little bit about how we do have requests from time to time from private developers, private individuals that want to meet with council and discuss the possibility of their project proceeding. When we start into those conversations, we've got very little idea of how successful how successfully that application may stack up against our own regulatory framework. So we would always advise starting with a toe in the water, and then once council's had a chance to evaluate it, then to jump in a little bit more. Typically at that stage, the proponents are generally pretty tight-lipped. They want to keep their proposals confidential because, of course, they believe they've got something with value that they want to bring forward, and they don't want somebody else just ripping off their idea. So that's just sort of the reason we thought it would be appropriate to discuss here, is just so that council knows that that's a fairly typical request from developers to have sort of a more private meeting. And as we get into that, we will sort of try and guide council through what is, staying in the right decision-making process with the information you have, right? You don't want to prejudge a project based on those preliminary conversations because all of you sit as the Municipal Planning Commission. Once that development actually comes in front of you, that's the information you're basing it off of. And the stuff that you might have been promised before, if it's not in that proposal, you can't hold them to it anymore, right? So just a few things for the new councilors to know.
You're good? Okay, good. Okay, new business. 7.1 request you've switched those two? Oh, receive for information, okay. Can I, I'll receive for information. All the question, all in favor? That's carried. And we've got to switch with 7.1 and 7.2. Or it's just ignore what you said to me earlier?
No, if there is the original 7.1.
Yeah.
That one isn't the new 7.1.
This is okay.
Yes.
Why did you confuse me? 7.1, request for decision accounts receivable write-off, page 25 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Krista, did you want to present this?
Absolutely. So what we have before you is, and because my council package isn't opening the proper way, I'm just going to go off memory here. So what we have before you is two accounts that we have tried to do collections on. Both these were brought to were not included on a tax certificate originally. We went after the ratepayers with the lawyers. Both these individuals moved from their properties. We were unable to collect them. One dates back to 2023 and one dates back to early in 2024. We still make every effort to collect. However, these are ones that will be flagged within our audit, and our auditor will be looking for us to remove them. We do make every effort we can to still collect, but unfortunately, these ones we were not able to transfer to taxes nor get payments on.
When this lists utilities, was this truck fill or was this?
This was houses. This was in houses. It's my understanding, yes.
I'm sorry, when you say houses,
So it's property that we service with utilities. It could be a renter, but we try to get the owner to be responsible for that. What most of it is when the property sells. And so there could be a staff maybe inadvertently forgot to attach the utilities to the tax certificate, or waiting with the correspondence back and forth with the lawyers. If the lawyer dropped the amount of utilities that was due, and we've seen that happen before, once that owner walks away from that property, it's almost impossible to collect those back utilities. So that's really what it is. And the fact that land titles is 2 months behind on registering properties doesn't help either.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll move that I'll move staff recommendation 1 that we approve the write-off of the 2 accounts.
Other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 7.2, request for decision, recreation special project funding recommendation, page 26 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lorraine is here and she'll present this.
Okay. Good morning, Council. This year we had 10 applications for recreation special project funding that came in totaling $57,679.55. So recreation special project funding applications can come in anytime during the year with the end with the October 15th deadline. I submitted a summary of all the projects, which I felt was more beneficial than giving you the application packages, giving you a little more condensed information as to what was involved in each project, how much they raised, and what the RSPF request was. The Recreation Board evaluated the projects during the month of November. December 1st, we had our Regional Rec Board meeting, and at that time, the Recreation Board brought down the projects to a total of $49,999.32 is what we are recommending, or if council would like to partially fund the RSPF projects.
Stevens?
There was a couple items that came back during the rec board meeting. Clearview Public Schools, in their request, they had some additional fundraising that took place after the application. So that dropped their requested amount down. And there was also an error from the Enmore Drop-In Center that dropped their requested amount down. And that got us within $700-800 of our budget. So the board felt the fairest way to handle this was take the two largest remaining requests and to drop theirs down by that amount. Both Stettler Ag Society as well as the Botha Group were both happy with the remaining funding levels, and they felt that they could make up the $350-ish range on their own. So it seemed like a good fit. So I will move that we approve the RSPF totaling $49,999.32 as shown.
Any other questions, concerns? Councilor Nyberg?
So thank you, Mr. Chair, just the Clearview Public Schools, is that new to us? Because I don't remember them making application in the past. We've done special funding for them, but I don't know, like typically this only goes to ones that have part of the rec funding agreements.
So it was led by a volunteer ad hoc group that did the fundraising. The site is on the Clearview site. It was a pretty impressive project. They've raised about $120,000. And it came through Clearview. Clearview gave $17,500 in funding as well. And I'm still in favor of it because it was a volunteer-led group. It wasn't directed by Clearview, and the nature of our hamlets and villages, the school is the playground. It is the recreational hub. So
I have no issue with it. I'm just wondering why the Ag Society, who is part of this, or is it the village of Denella that also is part of our?
It's a whole collaboration.
It was a whole collaboration project between all those partners that you just spoke of.
Yeah, so I was just wondering why one of the other partners didn't put their name down, understanding that this is unusual for us to fund Clearview.
Probably because it's on Clearview's property.
Yeah, no, just why it wasn't led by one of those other folks. That's all that I was asking.
the lead volunteer was kind of wearing two hats. She is also a Clearview employee. So I think
I have no problem. It's just the question of that we haven't added Clearview to the special rec funding. The only reason that I have issues with that is because if this goes here and it looks like we are funding Clearview, that's a policy change. Good policy makes good governance. So if the town in Stettler, Clearview came to us and asked to be part of this, or if the Catholic school, or if one of the other schools outlying, all of those are part of that. It's a title issue on the policy issues. And I don't have an issue. I just wonder why you guys did it the way you did it. That's all.
it was basically who filled out the grant application.
Was holding the money, yeah.
Yes, the village of Denelda is a part of the county rec board, so they do provide some funding, but they gave an additional 3,000 on top of just our joint efforts. So
No, fair enough.
they were a contributing partner as well.
Councilor Adam?
For policy purposes, would it do to change or have an amendment on the name of the applicant just for policy, or just leave it as is?
Just had it
noted.
I've just had a quick review of the policy, and Clearview isn't specifically prohibited, nor is any group. We eligible groups are actually quite broad. We talk about a group, association, or not-profit society. So Clearview does fall within that. They're not private industry. And then as well, our policy also prohibits within town boundaries, aside from Stettler Ag Society properties.
Fair enough. That's where the policy is within the town, because I know there's certain entities in the town that we don't fund.
That's right.
Just wanted to be clear that we're not.
We've got a recreation agreement with the town where we supply a large sum of recreation funding directly to the town to distribute within the town boundaries, although Clearview is excluded from that.
No, I just didn't want to open up a can of worms on something else later on.
A.O. Costi?
In the past, the county has funded lots of projects located on Clearview land, school playgrounds, or I think we built almost every one of them. I think what changed was the parent councils who used to apply under the name of Clearview had to change and basically become societies so that they were eligible for funding from the province. So I think in the later years, we've been seeing them from the parent councils under that registered society. Before, we were seeing them directly from Clearview.
Mr. Yano?
My question, a bit different, just around county recognition when we provide funds. How is that done for each project, and do the applicant put that in their application? Thank you.
What do you meaning by count? Well, they, yes, they have to supply like logos, or they have to put, acknowledge us in their projects. However that looks on their webpage, signage outside their playgrounds, however it looks for them in terms of acknowledgement for us. Sometimes some of them just send us letters thanking them for the funds.
Okay, as part of the rec board review, we don't look necessarily for recognition or a note about recognition in the application.
Offhand, I don't remember that being in the policy. It's definitely something we can look at. It would be slightly more difficult on the maintenance type projects because so many of our requests are just upgrading. So Red Willow painting their hall, I'm not sure how you can hang a new logo every time they do an upgrade, but
Write us a letter, I guess, of recognition.
I mean, the Clearview one's a bit of an anomaly because it's a new add-on where they could put a sign up, but I would be hesitant to say that we need to request a large county sign when we made a $2,800 donation out of 120 grand.
Yeah, my question probably more so, and Justin, you can take this, but I think it should speak to it, the applications around what they're going to do. I'm not at all suggesting that you need a big sign, but that, we should talk to it early in the process. Thank you.
Andrew?
I was just going to expand a little bit. So the policy for RSPF doesn't have any recognition built in the guidelines, whereas on the other hand, the community investment program, which is more event-based than facility-based, it does have a requirement to recognize the county as a sponsor of the activity specifically. So I think that's largely due to the convenience of, an activity is a lot easier to, on your program or brochure or your signage advertising the event, you throw our logo on it. Whereas things like, cement work at the entrance of the senior center, I wouldn't mind seeing our logo stamped into it, but maybe a bit superfluous.
I was just going to express that too. That's what I had my hand up for, is just to pretty much say what Andrew said. Because when I requested funds for the Red Willow Egg Society, if it was for our event, it was requested that we put on advertising or something. But when it came to this one, it was not requested.
As so many of these, this is showing what keeps these small communities, our communities as a joint group working by everybody pitching in. So it is. CEO Cast.
We see, it shows up in the society's minutes, of their board minutes. It also ends up on Facebook. I know when we helped Clearview with the track, three-way partnership, there was a sign that was put up on everybody that donated, but signs deteriorate, signs fade. But I think there is some recognition in the foyer of the school.
Got a motion.
Oh, we had a motion, lots of discussion after. That's the way it's supposed to be too, you betcha. Okay, we have a motion on the table. We'll call the question. All in favor?
Kudos to coming within 68 cents.
Keeping, I think.
Budget conscious.
But you're under budget.
7.3 request schedule. 7.3 request for decision 2026 interim budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as council is well aware, we're still in the budgeting process. So we need to adopt an interim budget so that we can operate. And I'll have Krista go into that in detail for you.
Absolutely, thank you. So all this means is that, as Yvette stated, is that we need to have a budget in place. So what we do is we take the 2025 budget and it allows us to continue operating. This doesn't mean we're making the same 2025 purchases in 2026. We are hoping to finish doing budget workshops with council the rest of this week for 2026, doing public budget presentation to the public in early January of 2026, and then approving the county 26 budget in January is what we're looking at. But what we just need is operational purposes to approve the budget for 2025 so we can carry on.
Questions or? So we need a motion or we need some questions or? But in order for us to do our business according to the MGA, we have to have a budget in place at the end of the year, interim, yeah.
Into your microphone, please, Mr. Walker.
I make the motion to adopt that. That's what
The interim budget.
the interim budget.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Request for decision 7.4, dust reduction policy, page 33 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're looking to get this policy adopted. Sorry, it has been on the website for public consultation. We have received none. So I'm going to start with Greg. Do you want to speak to this first?
Thank you. Yeah, we've basically reworked this policy to mirror the council's direction, previous council's direction, moving forward, utilizing dust reduction products in the county of Stettler. Some of the highlights in the policy does speak to the quality control program and ensuring that we are meeting all of the product recommendations for application and usage to ensure that we are utilizing the product adequately and that the investment made by the ratepayers in the dust reduction as well as the county of Stettler investment is gaining the greatest amount of use. As well, in the policy, we have discussed the use of certain products and how they will be used going forward and the application requirements. Case in speaking is the light oil and the fact that we will require annual applications. If the application is skipped for a year, that dust reduction would then be offered as an MG30 product only. Just keeping in line with the best performance for the light oil and allowing the ratepayers to understand that an annual application will give them more so the performance that they're looking for out of that product. As well, we have adjusted the area at which we will allow for the MG30 to be utilized in. So we have made it available for 100-meter section and then 50-meter sections going up from that point. And as well with that, overall, we've just reiterated that there is an information sheet which is attached to your agenda package that will be sent out and reviewed with all ratepayers and available on our website, and that to better allow them the information that they need to know previous to making their decision, including warranty, concerns or anything of that nature. It speaks to all that information. So there should be no question from the ratepayers in the fact that they maybe didn't understand the project or they didn't understand how it worked when the application was going to be made, and opening the lines of communication with operations and the ratepayers if they have any further questions that we can speak to before they make their investment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. So if somebody is using the DL10, they could go to the MC250, right?
No, MC250, the heavy oil product, is limited for use in current locations only.
So
Really, we're only going down to the MG30 then if you don't continue with the DL10?
Correct.
Okay. So,
And with the DL10, the difference in price between the MG30 and DL10, was it double kind of thing? Just rough thumbnail stuff. I'm just,
So for a new site, we were looking, and you can see, if you scroll down into the information package there, you can see the products and the cost per square meter plus GST per application. So you can see basically the cost differences there. Keeping in mind that the DL10 new application of $4.46 per square meter, that cost is for the one application per year. The MG30 of $1.03 and a half is the cost application per application. You get 2 applications a year in that program. You get the spring application, you get the late summer application.
and we're not offering the MC 250 to any other ratepayer.
MC 250 is currently offered only on existing parcels of road that are MC 250 current. So with that product, the cost is, as you can see, is quite a bit higher. There is some longevity with the product after it's been applied. However, we are able to maintain it a little easier over time by milling and relaying, but that we're limiting it to those sites only.
So the only question that I had, if somebody was to go with the heavy application, would we offer a payment plan on it? And I don't know if that would be done within the policy or if it would be done in another add-on policy. I'm not sure. I told them I would bring it up because if it was a heavy application, you could be $7,000, right? So they were just looking to spread it over the year basically, and I think they pay their taxes monthly kind of thing and just add it to that.
I believe maybe Andrew or Krista, you could speak to that. Sorry, I believe Andrew or Krista may be able to speak to that. We would have to have a payment agreement signed for a payment plan to be made on that product over the year.
Right, and it couldn't go any longer than 12 months because this is an annual treatment.
Yeah, so and I just said that I would ask about it. I'm not saying that I mean, one person doesn't constitute a change in policy. However, we didn't get anybody else that contacted me. So this person just mentioned it to me and said, hey, conversation at the post office kind of thing. So.
I mean, Mr. Reeve, discussions that I've had with ratepayers throughout the fall in regards to dust reduction products, adding into this policy and utilizing the contacts that we've made with the chemical companies, we've adjusted our applications and our process when we're putting down the products. MG30 specifically itself, with our new adjustment to the application and the work previous to applying that product to the road surface, I have had comments from ratepayers specifically wondering what oil product that is because of the performance that they've seen out of it at that point. I do believe, and I do have a couple of ratepayers that have determined that, after they've seen the costs, that they would like to move from an oil product to an MG30 product because they see benefit in value, both having the application in the spring and the fall and seeing the effectiveness of the product overall. So we've seen a reduction because of the overall costs in the use of the light oil. So, payment plan may be just that. It would be kind of a customized option for maybe only a few people. So.
She's got her hand up and then.
Just to make a comment in regards to the payment plan, my concern would be there is if they didn't make their payments, especially with moving that to taxes, that when you don't make your payments on your payment plan, our ability is to move it after 90 days to their taxes. If they don't make it to their taxes, I don't know if that would qualify as a payment that we can move to their taxes. So collection of that would be a concern of mine, as well as that piece of property, it's on the road, it's not their land. And we've had issues with that with fire in the past.
And that discussion can go for another day. I just wanted to know if there was anything that was in there, so we can have that.
I was just going to echo Chris's comments that the transfer to taxes is a narrow and explicit set of things. So it's unfortunate, much as I'd love it as a catch-all, yeah, unfortunately it's.
Just one comment to Mr. Jackson's about the DL10. What I've noticed is we have different roads in the county of Stettler, different compositions. So in my area, that sandy soil, it seems to work really well and hold up very well over the entire season. I think if you get down into Clint's area, the MG30 seems to work better because it just, for whatever reason, the DL10 either soaks in or doesn't stick around. And even in Mr. Gano's area, there seems to be that one strip that I don't think we could have filled it with enough oil, and maybe it was enough traffic on it or what it was, but it was definitely one that we had a lot of troubles with in the past. So sometimes we have to, I think, educate the ratepayer that their areas may be a little bit different. Oh yeah, it worked in front of Mr. Jackson's house wonderfully, but how come it's not working? Well, there's different compositions. So.
Councillor Gano and then Councillor Stevens.
Thank you for bringing this forward. A few things. When I look at the policy, I don't see within the policy, I see it in the attachments, but this idea of improved product quality control tracking, nor do I see accountability for surface preparation within PW 2.2. Am I correct there?
So if I may, Mr. Reeve, what your comment was is that it's in the policy, but it's not in the information sheet. Is that what you're?
Reversed. I don't, when I look at the policy 2.2, where does it speak to tracking, product control tracking?
Number 6.
Just in regards to time, I do believe, I know for a fact that we did have it included that we would be just taking maybe an extended period of time trying to skim through to find it, but.
Number 6 says the county of Stettler will establish application rates, schedules, and material costs, which are subject to periodic review and adjustment.
But we did really have some issues with quality control last year that we should have something in there that we're watching and maybe it isn't quality control, but can point back very easily if we're not taking samples and knowing.
The words that I don't know if it was the request for decision or the review document, but I like the words improved product quality control tracking, as well as the words of accountability for surface preparation. So I like the words, but I didn't see it in the actual policy.
Councillor Stevens, did you
Well, staff is looking that up. I like the direction that we're headed with narrowing the products that we offer. I believe it's more cost effective. And when we get into the oils, whether it's light, medium, or heavy, we have historically had a great number of issues that arise afterwards, where if someone invests in an oil product in front of their residence, then it's almost viewed as ownership of that section of road, and that they don't, on occasion, they don't want it worked up or any maintenance, no matter how bad the holes get as it deteriorates over time. And going to the MG30 allows us to do continual maintenance. So I like the direction that we're headed with this. I do believe that eliminating straight calcium is also a wise decision because it does not do our roads any favors.
Councillor Gano? Or, we'll go to Council Gano, and you have an answer on the other? Or?
Well, not really, but I'm just thinking, we could probably expand on number 6 and include those items that council likes.
I guess if I may, Mr. Reeve and CEO Cassidy, the only one thing I want to speak to in regards to the policy is the fact that because road surfaces vary and the aggregate composition on each road varies, and we do speak to it somewhat in number 3, we aren't able to make a warranty on the effectiveness. What we're trying to do is educate the ratepayers to what the dust reduction is going to, I guess, what the performance rate of it will be. But we can't be exact in the fact that we know it'll reduce dust. However, my perception of what a dust reduction is and a ratepayer's expectation of a dust reduction may be 2 different things. So saying that, I do firmly believe that we can and we will ensure that we are adhering to best practice and quality control when we're doing the work in front of the ratepayers locations and in the county funded locations as well. I just want to make sure that it's worded appropriately in our policy, not to lock us into a feature in the fact that we're guaranteeing it and warranting that we're going to meet, everyone's expectation.
I don't disagree with the general direction that we're headed. The other item I had was in another policy, 2.31, road maintenance, there's a section around gravel road dust reduction, and I was curious why should that be moved to 2.2?
Recall correctly, I think that section, did it not relate more to the grading the road that already has dust reduction? Because that was the intent of that policy, was to say, how are we going to maintain the road?
I don't know if you can call it up, Andrew, but it appears to me that we're contemplating the same subject in 2 different policies, and maybe it needs to be that way.
From a maintenance aspect of that dust reduction, as we're going through our roads, if it does fall back to what Andrew suggested, we'll get it up here, but that you do need to show it in both if that's the case, because we're not going to grade it every time. Basically it's going to say we're not going to grade it every time, but if we have to, we work it up. You gonna find that, Andrew, or not to put pressure on you, but
I got it. It's up on your screen now.
I tell you what, you feel bored.
2.2 or back up?
This is Public Works Policy 2.31 under Section 7. Yeah, we are certainly.
It also speaks to, like if we're out laying gravel, I think, or even our gravel pits where, we want to make sure that we're controlling the dust in front of any buildings that we would be, interfering with. I think this policy is a little, I think they need to be separate. I think they need to be.
There's probably some massaging we could do to both. Taking a look at the wording of this policy, it is getting into, in some portions of it, what dust control products may be used and what the applications look like. It's trying to talk more about a service level and what the expectations were for that. But certainly I think we could probably move some of it out of the road maintenance policy into 2.2. And then as well, since we're sort of moving in the direction, there's probably a couple other things with 2.2 regarding the other changes Councillor Gano brought up that we could bring back to the January meeting. And just, we would want to expand on what we're going to do for quality control while still carefully making sure the expectations of the ratepayers are that, dust control is not necessarily a magic bullet that's going to perfectly eliminate dust in 100% of circumstances. But we can work around that and put a better commitment to that quality control in it without binding our hands too much.
This policy speaks to the level of service that we expect at the county. In the county, I think staff does a wonderful job when we're graveling of going out and watering the road prior to us starting to haul gravel and laying it. If it hasn't rained in 2 months and it's 35 degrees, it doesn't last long and needs multiple applications. But that is a standard that the county sets, and we expect other guys using the road for various reasons to do the same.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. And as well, I think what we do have and what we're seeing here somewhat is kind of the ripple effect from, when a policy is reviewed and some adjustments are made. And then you reach out to the policies that are related and make those adjustments and review at that point in time as well. So definitely, I do see that there is some updating that can be made in this policy, Public Works 2.31, just in regards to the products. So I think that's something that we're seeing as well as, you make an adjustment after a review of a particular policy, and then it is good business. And I totally understand where Councillor Gano's coming from. The fact then we need to work out and make sure that we're mirroring that as we go through others.
Councillor Gano?
Actually, it's covered now, so.
Councillor Nyberg?
So the only thing that I would say is one policy is talking about how we actually charge people and how we do it, and the other policy is how we actually physically do it. And you can see with the one grader, 5 operators, half hour. So that's giving you the idea of how you're doing it in one policy, and the one is how you charge for it and what we are actually having as a option to do. That's what we changed in the dust abatement policy that we have before us right now. The only caution, I guess, that I would state is that when we talk about quality control, we could put quality control out there, but there is so much that's outside of our preview. We don't control the weather. If it rains the 3 days after, we all know we can trust the weatherman, with our lives, because they are actually 100% right all the time. But it happens, right? You have a week of clear weather, and then on Wednesday you get an inch of rain, and it could just be at any point in the county. It doesn't have to be in my area or Larry's area or anywhere. It could be a spotty across. So all those factors, just the caution that I would give is we can put in measures to do the best we can, but Mother Nature will thwart our efforts, or somebody will make a haul over a road that you just oiled because they're moving silage. That happens, right? And it's tough, but it is what it is with these roads. Just a caution.
Councillor Hunter?
Greg, have you looked at BioBlend for dust control?
No, I'm not familiar with what product that is. Okay, we can definitely do a background on it.
I don't know the other place you're using. I'm waiting to hear back on the results when they get it to me.
Right.
So I'll give that to you, so you know. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if council wants us to amend this policy and bring it back in January.
I think that will be where we go forward. Councillor Stevens?
We've talked about this a few times previously. And that is when we get requests from a subdivision or a cluster. When are we going to address that?
You didn't have it on one agenda, but you didn't make that meeting, so we.
Yeah.
Oh. It did actually happen that way. I'm not even just pulling your leg.
We are going to be looking for a committee of the whole meeting in January, hopefully with council. We have a few items that we need to go over. Maintenance on sewer pumps, what we do with dust control, hookup rates in hamlets and rural water. Those are huge, and we need direction. So it would be nice to get council in a meeting where we could roll up our sleeves and banter around a few ideas.
As CEO Cassidy did bring forward to take this back and rework it. because as you read through it, and Counselor Gano, it is a good point to bring up, but we've got different distances shown. We've got a product shown on one that we don't allow on another one. So if we can go through and clean them up and pull any other relevant policies that tie to it, make sure they're either updated or corrected also at the same time, that's would be good to go forward. But if I can get a motion to accept.
I'll give you a motion to defer at this time.
So table this motion till when?
It wouldn't be a tabling. This is more giving, because tabling is you're taking one motion and saying you're going to vote on it later. This would just be give direction to amend the policy for the discussion and bring it back to a later meeting.
You want to give a date for that? Like what's the realistic?
Second meeting in January would be my preference.
Okay, I'll move that we instruct administration to bring back an amended policy in January's council.
Second council meeting in January?
Specify. You bring it back in January, I'll be happy.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Okay, 7.5, request for decision, tax penalty forgiveness, page 39 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon's with us, so I'll let her present this one and the next one to council.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We received a request to council to consider forgiveness of the 2025 November 1st penalty. The recommendations that we have is that the county, number 6, forgive the November 1st penalty for $10,319.11 for owner LON002, or that the county forgive a part of the November 1st penalty for the owner LON002, or that the county council advise ratepayer that the penalties are confirmed. Just in general, the ratepayer is asking for the forgiveness due to the error of paying late for the tax deadline. The ratepayer had several conversations prior to this regarding AR accounts, utility accounts in regards how to pay them. Also, last year, one of our team members specifically went through the payment of how to do it if you were going to do it online, that each roll number would have to be done separately, because that's how the bank brings it in, is by account number, not by the owner number. If it comes in by the owner number, we have to manually do the receipt. And we're trying to streamline some of our work with the payments that are coming through. The other thing, this is not the first time that this ratepayer has missed a deadline. There's lots of communication that goes out in the county connections, social media. On the tax notices, it specifically says how you can pay online. We had a stuffer also in the tax notices that said how you could pay online. The notices went out May 8th, so there was plenty of time for this landowner to get in contact with us to see if his payments online would go through correctly. Instead, he left it till the last minute or two. He did send a remittance by email, and we get lots of remittance from different landowners. We look at it, okay, we line it up to see if the payment comes through. There was no payment come through. Also, I guess it was in how he's dealt with some of our team members that I guess was not totally appropriate. I don't know how else to basically say it.
Sorry, but I would like to make a motion that we go in camera right now. I'm having a little bit of a concern here, so I'd like a 5-minute conversation.
Okay. Okay. Call it question, all in favor?
If the administration is done with their presentation, I'll make the motion that the County of Stettler number 6, council advises the ratepayer that the penalties are confirmed.
All the question, all in favor? That is carried. Yes. If I say anybody's opposed, then I'll tell you that too, okay. Okay, 7.6, request for decision tax penalty forgiveness, page 43 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon, did you want to walk the council through this one?
Thank you. Again, we have a request for tax forgiveness for the November 1st penalty for roll number 539101. The recommendations are that the county forgive the 2025 November 1st penalty of $375.22 on roll number 539101. That the county of Stettler notify the ratepayer that there will not be forgiveness and confirm the November 1st penalty of $375.22 for roll 539101, and the county or the county forgive the portion of the penalty. This particular account, the ratepayer is asking for consideration and forgiveness. It's a first-time landowner with her parents. She was unaware that they needed to contact the county if no tax bill was received by June. Her dad assumed the bill was sent directly to his daughter. The ratepayer spoke with our department regarding the address on file. Normally, we take our addresses off the title, and on the title it was a rural address. And unfortunately here, the mail does not go to rural addresses. We reached out in February after we received the title to the law firm to see if they had a correct mailing address, or if they could have the purchaser reach out to us and talk to us. The law firm forwarded on an address to us, and that is the address that we sent the tax notice to. We did not receive anything back in the mail. Through legislation, once it is deemed received after 7 days after being mailed. And I did speak with the landowner, and he did put a request on at the post office to forward all of his new mail to the new address. And they have paid all of the taxes and the penalty December 3rd. And under Section 347, the Municipal Government Act requires that any deferral, reduction, or cancellation of taxes penalties must be granted only if council considers it equitable. Council consider whether the granting a cancellation, deferral of taxes in one particular case would be unfair to other ratepayers that owe taxes or pay their taxes in normal course. There have been other taxpayers who have missed a deadline, and they have paid the current plus the penalties.
Are you done? You're complete.
Do you have any more shares, Sharon?
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
I just wanted to geek out with the case law that we included there at the bottom. So in this case, this is where the ratepayers asserting that they didn't get the tax notice, right? And a lot of councils will look at that and say, well, what's our obligation? So I'll start with saying that, Sharon, as she often does, went above and beyond in identifying that the address that was on the tax or on the land title was not one that they would receive at mail to. She didn't have to do that, and she didn't have to reach out to the lawyer and get the corrected address. But even if she had just taken that address and sent mail to it, and Canada Post would have turfed that back and said invalid address, right, or non-deliverable. Even in that case, even if we have confirmation the notice was not delivered, the case law does say it's their responsibility to make sure their address is correct on their land title.
2023, it was confirmed through Court of King's Bench decision, which quotes an older Court of Appeal decision with Parkland County. So there is quite a high, and in this case, it was a land sale even. It was the tax notice for the auction, public auction. They lost their property as a result. And the courts struck down their application saying, no, it's, the MG is very clear. It is received after it's sent, regardless of whether delivery is confirmed or even confirmed not to have happened. It's just a really unique, I think, set of case law and interpretation. You don't often see that in the Interpretation Act or in common law, but in this case, it is quite strict.
Questions? Councillor Stevens?
I think the sooner that people realize and accept that Canada Post is not always going to deliver on time or to the correct address, the better off everyone will be. But I will move staff recommendation number 2, that the County of Stettler notify the ratepayer that there will not be forgiveness and confirm that the November 1st, 2025 penalty of $375.22 for roll 539101.
Any other questions? Seeing that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you, Sharon. 7.7, request for decision, fire services termination amending agreement, page 47 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Andrew will present this.
Yeah. So as you're aware, we're winding up the regional fire department with the town of Stettler and embarking towards the commission. We signed into a termination agreement in the early fall with the town, which dictated how we were going to wrap things up and how we were going to decide how to divide some of our equipment and our apparatus and things like that. We've made really good progress, but the inventory of all that equipment did take longer than expected and is quite voluminous. We had placed a deadline to sort out the assets as December 31st. And at our last meeting, the administrations agreed that we could use an extension to that. Originally, we were thinking until January 30th, but because of the holidays and how hectic it can be in January, we're requesting up to 60 days, basically, till the end of February to finish up just the inventory portion. It is a narrow amendment in that none of the obligations from the town to us or us to the town would continue, just that we'll continue to work towards reconciling the equipment for 2 more months, up to 2 more months. We will finish it as quickly as we can, but we would like to bring back all the recommendations to the transition committees, which will then, pardon me, likely result in one or both of us having to bring one more resolution back to our councils authorizing the non-budgeted expenditures that will be necessitated by the sharing.
So just a couple of things. Does that change the access to the hall then? Will we still have access to the hall till February? Or are we done on December 31st?
December 31st.
So that doesn't change. This is just a bookkeeping thing. Okay. Secondly, with this go forward, are we in the process right now of setting up a mutual aid agreement?
Yeah, actually, we just got some comments back from the town in this meeting.
Okay, go. I just wanted to make sure that, because that it's kind of, we're traveling 2 roads at the same time, and I wanted to make sure that we did have some mutual aid agreement in place as of December 31st when the agreement ends. It's all new, and want to make sure that it's taken care of. So thank you for that. Excellent.
My question was mutual aid, so I'm good.
Yeah, we just got an email saying that they would like to present it at their December 16th council meeting. I think Andrew and I've got a couple of comments we might want to make on it, but I don't think it's anything too serious, so we can't move it forward.
And just another quick question.
How's our mutual aid coming with our other partners around?
Once this one's in place, and we'll probably use the basis of this to.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's what I was wondering we were doing. That sounds good too.
Andrew drafted with Ivan this mutual aid agreement in September. Yeah.
Fair enough. No, I knew we were working. I just wasn't sure.
Our firefighting team feels supported still through this. They understand, I guess, that this is needed to do it right.
Yeah, and it's typical. We've got 20 some other mutual aid agreements with municipalities around us. It's the way we do things. And we had administratively, we did have some conversations as well, talking about standardizing on some equipment as we're dividing some of the non-divisible equipment. That mutual aid is always an option. We don't necessarily need to go out and replace everything that the town bought our interest in. We have the opportunity to utilize mutual aid, and as do they in reverse.
My questioning was, I should have clarified, not so much around mutual aid, but just the delay in closing out the inventory.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, all of the important stuff is functionally been replaced. If we weren't expecting to split it, much of the inventory that could be split and just, you take one, I take one, was done as we collected and inventoried everything. So now we're dealing with items that largely aren't day-to-day firefighting items. So we're in good shape. Both fire departments are already functioning independently quite well. We're just basically trying to make sure we each walk away with the value that we, should have.
Councilor Stevens?
There was a couple long lead time. Weren't advertised as long lead time, but they turned into it items. Have they arrived?
It did. The lockers did come. It was a very exciting moment for everyone, I think. But yeah, you're right. It was not advised as long lead time. And in fact, we're still getting over that emotionally. But we are happy to have it now. I will commend our volunteers, both making do and some of them stepped up to make some interim structures to handle it. We've got an absolutely amazing team out there, and they make everything happen, honestly.
And we've, identified a couple of things where maybe we were a little too generous, so now we're replacing. And we're doing it as quickly as possible so that our firefighters have what they need, because they are doing a lot of calls, and the weather hasn't been the greatest when they've been standing out there. When we get more rain in December than we do in August, right? So
if I understand correctly, it's business as usual. If there was a call today and this mutual aid agreement isn't in place yet, it's business as usual. One would call the other for assistance.
if they felt they needed to.
Yeah, so right now we are operating as if we're two separate departments already. And that we spoke to in the transition agreement that was effective October 14th. However, if we needed a mutual aid type call, that is still allotted for in the joint fire services agreement that is wrapped up by this termination agreement up until December 31st. It's not nearly as holistic as a proper mutual aid agreement would be, because it was based on us having a joint department, but the interuse of each other's apparatus basically was spoken to in Schedule C of that agreement. So we do have the rates basically.
If discussion, it sounds like it's wrapping up, I'll move that council authorize the REEV together with the CAO to enter into a joint fire services termination amending agreement with the town of Stettler as presented.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, 7.8, request for decision, emergency recreation funding, page 51 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Lorraine and I tag teamed on this one, but I'll let Lorraine speak to it as she was talking to the Ag Society.
Yes, so this is the first request for this council for emergency recreation funding. The Sullivan Lake West Ag Society operates the Enmore Arena in Bymore, which provides recreation opportunities to the County Stettler residents and surrounding area. I believe it looks like in about November, they had a sudden unexpected replacement of the hot water tank, which has put a financial strain on the organization. The attached invoice was $13,321.16 for the repairs, which they have told me that is 1 month's operational costs for them. So it is a strain for them to manage this whole bill. They have lots of ice rentals and other commitments for the 2025-26 year. So the society had no choice but to complete the replacement in order for the facility to continue to operate and meet its commitments. This project can be funded from the Recreation Emergency Reserve, of which the balance currently is $26,400 as of the end of December of 2024. So the options for consideration is we fund the Sullivan Lake West Ag Society for the replacement of the hot water tank at the Enmore Arena for the full amount, $13,321.16, to be funded from the Recreation Emergency Reserve, or we fund it for another amount to be funded from the Recreation Emergency Reserve, or we deny them the request.
Okay. You have something to say, Mr. Walker?
I'll make a motion to pay the thing off. It was $17,000 to run it when I was there, so definitely do something.
Questions, concerns, Councillor Stevens?
Just one question. I'm in support of giving them some funding for this. However, I was wondering if we should take a closer alignment to the RSPF, even though it's not policy, but we do require all the groups to make some contributions when they make an application. And I get this is an emergency, they didn't plan on this. So would council be opposed to dropping down the amount by a couple grand so that this group's making the contribution, and it kind of shows that partnership a bit?
So I think that makes a good sense, because any granting money that's out there, there is usually something that comes with a cost share funding, 90-10, 30-70, that we see from all the other partners. So I think there is something to be said that there has to be some buy-in on this. I don't know what that number is. I'm not sure. What do you typically do with the other one?
It varies by group. Part of our grading system in the RSPF is those that contribute higher amounts are graded at a higher level when compared to the others. The exact number I'm less concerned about. I just would like to see a partnership of some degree. And I realize that it's an expensive facility to run, but they obviously had the funds to pay for it initially, so I don't think asking them to contribute even $1,000 would be that outrageous.
A question around the Recreation Emergency Reserve. How does it get dollars? How does that work? And where I was going was more so we've got, I don't have it in front of me here, but looks like we're going to take a good chunk of that, half away. And how long has we been kind of adding into the reserve and not taking much out of this emergency?
And probably give you a better idea, but mostly we've been building it on interest. And it will go for years without anybody needing anything. And then all of a sudden there'd be a bit of a run. We do have 3 different recreation reserves, and we can always pull funds out of it and replenish the emergency one.
Krista did have her hand up behind you, so.
All good. Oops, sorry. Yvette answered majority of the questions. Yes, it's funded out of interest mostly. This reserve, when I started working here, is when I've got the tracking from that point, and those funds have been used here and there. But for the most part, all that I can see of ever going in there was a couple of surpluses of recreation that we moved in there back in the before 2010. Sorry, my computer's just not following through there. And anything has been funded out of with interest. So there isn't a lot of funds that go into there besides interest.
Thank you.
Yes, it will eat up the majority of the reserve. You're correct.
I guess most of the requests we have are usually probably $10,000 or more when we have requests, when furnaces and other things, or roofs or wells, the requests are high.
I can tell you what the previous requests were for the last couple of years if anybody's interested as well.
Councillor Hunter and then Councillor Adam.
Is there any chance we can use future grant money to, give them all their money and take away some of their grant money coming up, put back into that fund?
The operational assistance fund?
I wouldn't know exactly which fund, any grant money or anything like that they receive.
I will say that most of the, and Lorraine can probably add to this, but I will say that most of our arenas that are running artificial ice, they're struggling. Yeah, and so I would imagine that Sullivan Lake, I know they did a pile of improvements, especially when they put the artificial ice in, and they had a pretty good bank account, but they drained it to upgrade it. And then I would imagine year to year, it's getting tougher and tougher, especially with utilities the way they've gone. So, yeah, if you take, but if you, I think if you take back some of their operational assistance, you're going to impair their ability to operate in the future.
$1,000. Oh. What?
They want to hear you.
Yeah, Lorraine can probably add to that, but that would be my recommendation, because I think almost all societies try to have some operational money in the bank. But if you don't get what you're counting on, or you get cut back, then all of a sudden your utilities go up, and you don't have as many kids as you did the year before, you start to get in the red in a big hurry.
Yeah, I think we'd probably do them a disservice if we cut some of the operational assistance, even like you said, 1,000, because they're banking on that to help with operational costs, utilities, insurance, those kind of things. I know they were grateful for any funds that the county of Stettler could provide. So whether it's half or a third, the 13,000 is a large request. It does dip in half of what we have, and we have, I don't know how many years to go, and there isn't a lot of funds that do build it up. So I think any amount that we could provide to them would be helpful. And I do agree kind of with Justin that I think there is some buy-in from the groups. And I think they understand that in general, that they need to be responsible for a part of the bill.
Yeah, that was along those lines, Rain. Did they actually discuss at all with you if there was a number that they were going to put in towards?
No, I did. I asked them, and there was no number. They just said they would be grateful for any contribution that the county could provide.
Motion on the table. Councillor.
Can I redo that motion to $12,000? Can I amend my motion?
What is now, Mr. Walker?
12,000. They have a 50-50.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.9 hospice fundraiser, Councillor Nybert, and he gave us a handout.
Mr. Chair. So a couple of reasons for this is this is the 4th annual Christmas variety show for the hospice. This is how they're raising money for the hospice here in Stettler, which happens to be a gem, I think, in our community. Not everybody has this. We reach all the way to the Saskatchewan border. Next closest one would be Red Deer, of course. So the county spoke both at RMA and was instrumental in the Alberta Munis resolution to support hospice go forward. With that all said, as you can see, they're having their 4th annual Christmas variety show. They have an online auction. They have some cash donations. And they are looking for door prizes as well. All that said, what I would like to make is for a proposal, multiple times we go to different functions and events. I would like us to buy a few of the tickets to the variety show that we could pass out to members of the public and encourage them to go see the show. I don't know if anybody's had the opportunity to go in the last 4 years, but it is a very nice event to go to for people to get into the Christmas season. Sometimes it's a busy season, and this gives you an opportunity for 2 hours of sitting back and enjoying a little bit of just peace and entertainment. So I would like to make the motion, and I don't know, Nikki, this would probably come out of her budget, and I'm not sure if we have an opportunity to supply a door prize and then purchase $250 worth of tickets to be distributed through the counselors to either go yourself, take your wife, or give them to somebody you know that would enjoy it. Take your grandkids, take your kids, whatever you would like to do, but I think it's a great opportunity to support this phenomenal cause in our community.
Yes, swag will come out of Nikki's budget. The $250 donation would come out of council.
Okay. So when we go to the, just if I could, when we go to the Festival of Lights, that comes out of council too as well? And is there room in council's budget for $250? Where is she? She left.
I just got a suggestion. Could I take my donation and donate it to that and buy the, in those tickets?
So you could, council's expenses and recognition, we're really over budget right now. But I think that has a lot to do with councilors that have left and new councilors coming on. Also, we could do citizen engagement. We've got about a $2,500 budget in there, and that would be, I think it could fall into that category nicely.
I would still donate if it falls into the categories that we can donate to. I'd still like to donate.
You can pretty well donate to everything. If you haven't made your donation, then we could definitely, I can instruct Krista, you want to do the 300 to go?
The full amount to the
full amount to go to this.
And could we still then, you do that as just a straight up donation, Mr. Clark, and then we would still buy some tickets? And the reason I would like to buy tickets from the county is I would like to see it as a distribution so that the county gets behind and kind of moves this forwards. And I will make, so would it be out of line if we made a $300 purchase of tickets?
How much are the tickets?
$10 a piece.
And where do you get, like, where can people get them?
You, Wells Furniture or Chad Daslin has them at Remax as well. So
Stettler Ticketmaster?
yeah, Stettler Ticketmaster, also known as Wells Furniture.
Mr. Gano, did you have a question?
I guess I need some history around, where we do fund, where we don't, and also what Reeve Clark is talking about.
So every counselor every year has $300 that they can donate to a cause that's near and dear to their heart. Councillor Hunter has used his funds to the Big Valley Ladies. I can never get the name right.
The Ladies Club.
Yeah, which used to be the World Purple, right? So he's done that. We've had other counselors donate to Councillor Stevens did a donation to the Stettler Ag Society. We've had other councillors donate to hockey teams. Councillor Nyberg's done the fun hockey teams. Yeah, Larry's done several.
So there's a policy, which I haven't got to yet.
So it's $300 per councillor at your discretion where you want to take them. I know Larry and Ernie used to do candy bags at Botha.
We never claimed it.
Well, you never claimed it. You just did it yourselves. Okay. So there is that option. We usually buy tables at the Festival of Lights. We usually buy tables at the Farmers Dinner in June. When we did the long table supper, we bought tickets. So the county has shown up for several different organizations where they feel that they want to participate.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, and to that, we have supported the hospice. Part of their parking on the back was done by the county. It's actually our land, and we fenced off and changed that to allow them to have the families and private parking there. Again, we supported it at RMA and Alberta Munis as well with a resolution to support them. They are a new organization, so trying to help them. They do the hike for hospice, and then they do this as their other big fundraisers.
It's been a phenomenal success for our community. And, you know, I just think in the volunteers, it's showing truly, you'll see the same names again this year, I'm sure. And they just volunteer tirelessly to make this work for families.
And on an off note, we've had both our local MLA and the Minister of Municipal Affairs now, Dan Williams, has done the tour of our hospice. So if you have not had the opportunity to visit it and tour it, let me know. I will get you a well-guided tour, and it is a phenomenal facility. There is a suite at Points West, of course, is where it's at. So I'd make my motion that we buy $300 worth of tickets, and however we distribute them through counselors or through staff, whatever, I'd be happy to do that.
Just the information on that tickets, $300. It went to the ladies club and they're using it for kids to go swimming in the summer. They're going to pay for the buses, the county buses to run, and they're going to do help with the hot lunch for school for kids. Just information.
One of the ways that we've contributed also to or supported the hospice is if we've had, you know, previous employees or counselors or members of the community that we want to remember who have passed on, we make donations to the hospice. I know staff also will make donations. I've wrote lots of checks to the hospice. So we do put it out there, and we have supported it.
And the Stettler Hospice came as a delegation to a meeting earlier this year.
So, Larry wants to make the donation from his counselor allotment.
For donation.
There'll be two separate here.
Separate? Okay. So a $300 donation from Counselor Clark and $300 for the tickets.
Just going to ask if we could maybe get some more specificity on how you want to distribute the tickets, just because the Festival of Lights filling those seats was a bit of a scramble at the last minute, and we'd appreciate a little bit more direction.
So we'll make the motion. Do you want to make the motion or part of? I would think that the tickets would be available at the front desk if anybody comes in and wants to pick up tickets. If staff would like to pick up tickets, it's a first come, first served basis. And again, for counselors, if you want to pick up some tickets and have somebody that you would like to distribute them to, it'd be a first come, first served basis on that way too. Does that work for you, Andrew?
Yeah, if that's how council wants to do it.
And get it out there. Nikki can get it out there that there is tickets available for free on a first come, first served basis. So. And there's two showings, just so you know. There's an afternoon and an evening showing. The lineup is some very talented people. We've had Renegade Station come out of retirement for both the showings, so it's very cool.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Carried, none opposed.
And then could you let all the counselors maybe in an email know who's got
The money left over?
I never know where my last one went to.
Yeah, I'll ask Krista to do that. Thank you.
Sorry.
We're coming into lunch is just coming in as I see it, but 8.1, business arising from the minutes, a memo amendment to the previous minutes, page 54 of the package.
Yeah, sure. So it's that time of year where our auditors are in and reconcile everything. These were noted just before our last meeting. We didn't have time to get them into the last council package, and it was just some numbering issues with policies that council approved, where we ended up with duplicate numbers as policies were introduced sort of simultaneously or one meeting apart. So we would just be looking for two amendments, one to clarify that the retiree benefits plan is policy 6.30, and one to clarify that the firefighter health benefits policy is 1.12.
I'll make the motion that we change I don't know how you got this motion set up. Just change the, amend as follows.
Questions, concerns? Call the questions, all in favor? That's carried. What's that?
You're not opposed to the one, Mr. Steven?
That's
The minutes are correct as shown here.
I
I'm opposed to the motion.
think we'll break for lunch. And our first agenda item is 9.1 solar project update. And I believe that'd be Craig. Yes.
I forgot. Here's a PowerPoint. All right. Thank you, Reeve Clark, members of council. So this is a brief presentation on where we're at with our 2 solar plant applications that are within county jurisdiction. So as you can see up on the slide, as of today, we've only ever had 2 applications come through publicly. That's not to say that there aren't more that are being talked about or being thought about or worked on out there, and they just don't come to see us until they're well along in their overall process. The first one that came to us was from ABO Energy Canada, and they were proposing under the name of Stettler Solar and Storage Project, a project on 2 quarter sections of land to the south of the town of Stettler, just to the east of the county shop on Township Road 38-0. So that plant, that one's one of the smaller of the 2, at 25 megawatts of production with a battery a storage component of around 16 megawatts as well. Westbridge Renewable Energy was our second applicant that came to see us about 2 years ago, I think. And their project is called the Red Willow Solar and Energy Storage Project. It's located about 3 miles to the east of Red Willow, the hamlet of Red Willow, just south of Highway 601, straddling the transmission lines that also parallel Highway 601. Much larger, 225 megawatts of production capacity and storage of 100 megawatts in a battery type structure. So in terms of what those look like, this is, oops, what happened there? Doesn't like being put in. All right, so this is the Stettler Solar power project. So this is the initial layout and the layout that they've been using right up until today. Eventually we may get a revised one when it comes through for a development permit application. So Township Road 38-0 will be across the top. You won't find that on the drawing. That's one of the issues with the applicants. And what you're seeing is a series of rows of panels running in a north-south fashion with breaks for access roads. And this particular application would be on a single axis, and the panels would rotate with the sun from the east to the west. So they are a rotation system. So that causes some other issues in terms of potential glare on the roads that we try to tackle in our submission. So this is on 190 acres, again, just south, or sorry, just to the east of the county shop. The big white area in the, well, actually not kind of the big white area in there, you'll see a little box with a red 8 in it. That's where the existing substation is on Township Road 38-0. The transition is tough there. The larger project that's up on the screen now is the Red Willow project. So it spans the bulk of 12 quarter sections of land. Not necessarily every piece of every single quarter section is expected to be covered by panels, and that's what the blue cubes are, the blue polygons are. That's where the actual array would be located. There's a different scale in the 2 drawings that you just saw. For sake of comparison, in the lower part, you can see there's one polygon down there that's the size of the Stettler Solar in the very south part of that blue area. And that just gives you a sense of the scale between the 2 projects. In this particular case, the rows are oriented east-west, and the panels are intended not to rotate at all. So they'd be fixed, pointing generally to the south to pick up the solar orientation for our latitude. The battery pack is the very dark blue that you can see at the very towards kind of the middle and to the north end. And across the very north end where you see the purple line, that's Highway 601 in terms of trying to get your bearings. So the approval process for these involves going through the Alberta Utilities Commission. I'll refer to the AUC just because everyone needs more acronyms. And we have required that approval process take place before we would consider a development permit for either one of these projects. The reason we're doing that is there's a lot of work that should go in terms of preparing, and their project kind of when it comes into us, it's kind of a work in progress. There's possibly some modifications, iterations as they go through public consultation and consider more changes. And actually just given the way the technology changes so fast in that particular field, sometimes they're swapping out types of components. When you start year 1 with one particular manufacturer in mind, and by year 2, they have a different manufacturer product in mind, which has a different impact in terms of heat and noise. Also, on the legislation front, the county's decision when we do get to make one for development permit on these projects has to align or match whatever Alberta Utilities Commission, AUC, has done. So if the Alberta Utilities Commission has said there will be 190 acres of solar power plant, that decision is taken. And our development permit, while they still need one, will probably deal with the other things that AUC has not specifically addressed. So for example, I don't expect the AUC to address the exact location of the access into the parcel, or necessarily how to deal with landscaping and screening, or how to deal with stormwater management. So provided the AUC has left a space to deal with it, hasn't conclusively decided on the issue, we can address it in our development permit process. Not being very good at guessing what a 2-person AUC panel was going to do, and that's why we waited to see what the AUC outcome was before we invited applicants to come forward with their proposed, their development permit applications. Part of that process, AUC lays out the guidelines on what's expected for land owner and public consultation. In both cases, the proponents, the 2 projects we've seen took, I would say, very different approaches. So the first one, Stettler Solar, chose to do a series of open houses as well as interact with people within around 1,500 meters of the subject site. Specifically, what that means, they would try to reach out and actually have one-to-one visits with those families, those landowners. In the case of Red Willow, they chose not to do any of the open houses, and they chose to do it all one-on-one invite and consultation. We don't get any say on the public consultation component. They follow the rules laid out by the AUC, and AUC makes a determination on whether or not their public consultation efforts they all have to be documented and submitted on whether or not they've been sufficient for that process. The impacted landowners that get to participate in the the AUC hearing are those that the AUC determines to be impacted. So you have to, generally speaking, be relatively close, and just being within 2 miles is not the definition they use. They usually use immediately adjacent to the project area, or that you have clearly demonstrated that you'll have some sort of impact on your property. And that goes through a process called standing, where landowners, if you're in the questionable category, you have to make your case and you may be granted standing. The same was applied to the county. When we started these processes 2-3 years ago now, we did not necessarily have automatic standing in the AUC hearing process. We had to make our case. The province changed the regulations over the course of that 2 to 3 years to automatically give municipalities standing, given the land use issues that were involved in these types of projects. So in both cases, we were able to make our case and obtain standing, and county council, having reviewed a formal submission that was submitted to the AUC and presented by myself at 2 hearings. Just a little bit more background on our submissions. That was presented in open council meetings. So for those that are interested, you can go back and find a brief presentation on YouTube's. On the agenda packages for that entire submission was on the open agenda for others to look at. And then of course, if anyone participated and watched the hearings, they would have had access to that full document and seen the verbal staff presentation that went with it. So where do they stand today? So 2 AUC hearing processes have kind of run their course. For the Stettler Solar and Storage application, that was a public hearing in June 16th to 18th, 2025. That's where most of the issues were addressed in that 3 to 4 day time slot. And there was a follow-up length of time, July 7th to August 15th, where there was a kind of a written hearing. It was not in person, but the various parties got to send their submissions. That was a confidential component dealing with the technical specifications related to the generation of noise. So the proprietary information about how a battery or how a particular piece of equipment operated and what kind of noise impact is generated, if you didn't sign off on the non-disclosure agreement, for lack of a better term, you didn't get to participate in that part of the hearing. For the county's purpose, we were more interested in the final impact, and we'll get some follow-up on that once construction has occurred. So the Stettler Solar Storage project received AUC approval about 65 days after the close of that hearing on October 27th, 2025. So that now gives us the written document to follow when the time comes, when they bring in a development permit application to us. The Red Willow application had its hearing October 14th to the 17th. That was everything. There was no in-camera confidential component for that. So that hearing is concluded. And generally speaking, the AUC takes around 60 to 90 days after the close of the hearing to render their decision. So they're still within the time frame for that. But for Red Willow Solar, we are waiting a final or an official AUC decision on their application. So next steps, once AUC approvals are secured, it's probably easiest to think about, even though there's a lot of material and a lot of work has gone into it, they still view their applications as relatively conceptual. So they try to get the approval from the AUC as a concept, and then they will go and hire what's called an engineering procurement contractor, EPC. And there's a possibility that that person who wins the contract to actually do the construction may have some refinements or adjustments. So AUC's approval is a little bit different than what we do at the development permit stage. They have check-ins, so you get your original approval, and then if your EPC wants to change things, you're allowed a little bit of parameters and changes, but if it's dramatic, they may have you or modify your approval. Whereas when we do with our development permits, we only get one shot at it. So we have to cover everything at once. But there's a little bit of a different regulatory world for the AUC compared to the municipal side. So once each project has identified that EPC and we see a final site plan, it's time for them to come through the formal development permit process with us. Not to poke too much at their previous effort, but that first drawing I showed that doesn't show the actual boundaries of properties and roadways that are impacted by this, that's a good example of the type of information the AUC may accept, but that the county won't accept for our permit process. So we'll be doing some back and forth with them on that. I expect to see an application from Stettler Solar sometime here in 2026, and they have revised their construction schedule to all things going well. They like to be in the ground and started in the first quarter of 2027. If I recall correctly, they're at least 6 months of construction before they're ready to go with their project. The AUC decision for Red Willow, I mentioned that 60 to 90 days. We still expect to see that by the end of January 2026. And then I still expect there's enough of 26 left that if they are organized, probably this time next year, we'll be either deciding or processing their development permit application. So with that, Reed Clark, I'd be happy to field any questions. That's the end of the formal presentation.
Any questions for Craig?
Thank you, Reed Clark. On the Red Willow solar project, the approval, you are feeling confident that there's nothing, no stumbling blocks that the UC would say no, it's just going to be conditions put on it?
Yes, I guess in terms of their track record, yeah, I would put my betting money that AUC is going to grant an approval. I'm not sure about the specifics on how they react to the various issues that were raised, but when I've had a chance to go back and look at how they responded to landowner concerns and municipal concerns, generally speaking, they try to say, are there things that we can mitigate? Can we manage the issue? And is the proponent prepared to sign what's called a commitment letter or list that AUC holds them to? So if someone raises a concern about, you know, I don't think you've done enough to shield the view from my bay window of my house to that project that I'm now going to have to look at, they may say, well, you aren't going to make a commitment because you promised during the hearing that you're going to work with that landowner until they're happy, and we're going to hold you to it. So that's part of the process as well. There's also our opportunity to follow up in the development permit process, and they've been not particularly sympathetic to municipal issues and concerns in their history. That may be changing now with more current decisions because the province has asked them to be more considerate of those things. But I'm still going to put my money down that we're looking at an approval subject to conditions that mitigate the concerns that were raised and a written document list of commitments from the proponent to address issues. I'm going to use noise as an example if I can. I mentioned the in-camera component for Stettler Solar. And part of the reason why it was easy to stay out of that technical discussion is, number one, we weren't equipped to participate. And number two, one of the conditions and commitments that the proponent had already made was kind of a standard one the AUC always requires, is that you've done a noise impact assessment based on the theoretical and what you expect is going to happen. And after you've constructed it, you go and you turn everything on, we expect you to do a post-construction noise assessment. And if it doesn't match what you originally told us, then you're going to do mitigation. You're going to do modifications to bring it down to what we deem to be acceptable levels. So we too are on the list to get a copy of that post-construction noise assessment because we have expectations for noise as well. I hope that answers your, no, I'm long-winded, I realize. Andrew, I can't seem to go.
Any other questions?
Mr. Clark, I have one more. As far as staff time, these take a fair bit of staff time to go through.
They have. I don't have an exact number of records. I would probably guess that easily for each of the years that this has been ongoing, 0.2 FTE of my time has probably gone here. One combined. We did get a little bit of well, it's not a perfect economy of scale, but for our first application, it was new and interesting to us. And we spent a lot of time learning about that. And for those of you who are new to council, the proponent had a chance to come to MPC and speak to us at various points in time. We were studying and trying to learn about the process while they were trying to go through and get approvals. And we also had to give more thought to what's our stance, what's our position on this as an overall concept, or what are the critical issues that are important for us. So we put a lot of effort, both in terms of staff time and council time, talking about those submissions and trying to reach, okay, here's what our thoughts are and what we should do. So that probably be a consistent that we'd be able to use for application 3 and 4. There's always going to be a little bit of adjustment because the topography of the terrain, the location could raise different issues. Other things that I expect to be common, no matter where you put the application, that come up every single time is what kind of noise does it generate? What kind of risk for the battery pack if it bursts into flames? What does this thing look like when I have to drive by it every day? What's the impact of glare on the roads? Those things I think will be very common, and we've probably established a pretty solid base for us to deal with application 3, 4, and 5 as they come in.
I hear, what, 5 to 6 days, like full days, Craig was involved in hearings. I just watched and I got tired.
Me too.
I did watch the first day, and even Craig was there watching first, and there's a lot of, it was just a lot of the jockeying of putting everything in order. And I should have known that watching other hearings, could have watched the second day and been further ahead.
Any other questions? Councilor Stevens?
I'll give you a motion to receive for information.
Thank you, Craig. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. As we're waiting for our delegation, we will start into reports. They're supposed to be here at 1:30, so. Chief, 11.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 55 of the package. Well, I don't know if there's any questions submitted on the.
One from Councillor Gano. Andrew, you dug up the answer to that one?
Yeah, so Councilor Gano.
Councilor Gano had asked about some details on the Botha section of the utilities. There's 2 sections here that were flagged. The metering station notes that there was a contravention reported. So that was a planned contravention functionally, because we knew we would have to depressurize that line. But Alberta Environment still calls it a contravention. So we always have to do some testing and some flushing after we depressurize the line. And that's because we are installing new gate valves and repairing a leak on them. And that will also we gave ourselves a little bit more flexibility for isolating smaller sections of that pump house line or the metering station line. And then the bacteriological sample that failed, that one looks like it was probably just a sampling error, that we contaminated the sample as we took it, because the subsequent samples came up fine, but we did a little bit of flushing anyways. But the samples that were collected subsequent to the failed one, both before and after the flushing, came back all good.
Thank you.
Mr. Nyberg?
Just more for my education on this. Do we test the water when it comes, like when it hits our system? Do we test it, what's coming out of the water treatment plant? Or is that just to take it for granted they're sending us good stuff?
Well, I mean, we're,
Look at you go.
second intervals testing a number of things like turbidity and chlorine content. So that's constant.
SCADA system, is that how?
The SCADA. And then we've got some weekly, monthly, and annual testing that we have to do across the system, and that includes at the inlet.
So where does it hit our system and where is the SCADA system? Like where?
Everywhere. So it basically, where I would say the demarcation point of when it becomes our problem is right at the transfer station, or at that point it becomes the commission's water, right at the transfer station, and we share that with the town a little bit, but we both test. I'm sure if you went onto Alberta Health's website, you can find our test results, and you would find very close results between the two because we're sampling the same points.
Okay, so what about the stuff that goes into the Erskine?
And that would be tested as well.
Because it doesn't come back from here and go.
No, it does not.
Directly off there.
It would be more convenient if it did, just because of the odd fill situation we've got in Erskine to account for that. But yeah, so we have to test. It's per the code of practice. We have to test in a number of different places, and each of our different approvals, we have to have the tests for. And for Shirley, we have to have the test. County, we have to have the test. There's actually more duplication than not, I would say. It's less efficient, but it is very comprehensive.
No, thank you for that.
We also treat, right? If it's not.
We very rarely do we. Like, we don't have, before the plant switched to the chloramine system with the palmembranes, we did have to do chlorine injection, especially further east down the line, the Shirley line, because it was just such a distance to go, right? The chlorine residuals weren't there at the time it got there, but there's very few places where we have to treat, other than really Buffalo Sands, because that's well water.
Okay. No, I was not, that's just information I did not know.
And the system you're showing repairing to that water comes from the east side of the town of Stettler, so it would be tested through there also.
Yeah. So they're testing at the treatment plant. We're both testing at the water transfer station. They're testing at their reservoir. We're testing when it comes out of their reservoir. We're testing before it or after it comes out of the Botha reservoir. So that same pipeline of water, that same drop of water is sampled several times. So it's a bit. I mean, yes, it does sound like overkill, but it's one of those things where those rules are written in bad experiences. Fortunately, never to us, always to other people, but between Alberta Health and Alberta Environment, they both actually have testing requirements, and we kind of bounce back and forth between them.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Mr. Gano?
I move that we accept the CAO report as information.
Okay. Any other questions before we take it to vote? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried, not opposed. Okay. Our delegation, is everybody here with our delegation? Okay. So we will do introductions. Start with Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Larry Clark, Reeve.
Alan Gano, Councillor.
Reed Hunter, Councillor, Ward 2. Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Walker, Councillor.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden's Counselor.
Mr. Brishik, Director of Municipal Services.
At Cassidy CAO.
Greg Teal, Director of Planning and Development, and actually I'll share this.
Pass the mic so they can introduce.
Can we just use that?
You betcha. What about Landon?
You're okay with that?
Don't forget Landon.
Landon?
Jane Skoctopole with the Stettler Public Library. I represent Botha Gadsby.
Cherie's with us today.
I'm Ben Ayotte. I also am on the Stettler Library Board. I represent north of Gadsby, I guess. We go with that, and treasurer.
And I'm Rhonda O'Neill. I'm the library manager, and I'm very pleased to be here today. Say hello. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Presentation on the computer now, so.
perfect. So we'll just get into it. First slide. Because there's so many new faces here, I thought first slide should talk about some of those things that the library does. Because many times when you talk about libraries, people think books on shelves and quiet and all that. And if you've been to the Stettler Public Library lately, or any time in the last decade probably, you'll know that it's a very chaotic, loud, child ridden. They're wonderful, the children. We love them. Child focused. That's right. Thank you, Jane. It's anything but a quiet warehouse for books. People come to us for learning and discovery. We provide information online and through books, accessing a huge network of public libraries and academic libraries throughout the province. We offer creative and recreational support, so without financial barriers. People can come, they can learn how to crochet, they can do crafts, they can engage with us in book clubs. We have a number of senior focused programs and of course children's programs, something cool after school, and different gaming, Super Mario, that sort of thing, and a very active teen scene and Dungeons and Dragons. Lots of programming for all ages. We offer technical assistance and online support, and that's becoming more and more important these days as more services become online access only. The most recent, I think, that we received notification of is the Residential Tenancies Board, which is now removing their counter service and forcing people online. And so public libraries are there to step into that gap to help people navigate that if that's something new for them. We offer assistance with life admin, from meal planning to, again, the technology assistance, just helping someone to scan and email a document that they need to send to renew a license or to apply for a job. You know, we offer all of that. We're a safe third space for lots of kids after school. Also a welcoming place for newcomers or people who have gone through life changes, like they've lost a partner or they're new in town. We often see people, they say, hey, I just moved here. And we're able to connect them to other organizations, depending on their interests. As part of our referral service. The other advantage to the library is that we're open after hours. So like we're open until 6 o'clock Monday, Friday, and Saturday, and then we're open until 8 o'clock on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And so this means that people who are working all day and need support with online activities or faxing or scanning, they can come there after hours. We're also open on Saturday. I think I mentioned that. So we're there to help when other organizations might not be. But when people are able to access those other organizations, we're also there to make the referrals. So to lots of like FCSS and FRN and MH Enterprises, all that. Let's see. So community navigation and referrals, early literacy and school readiness. We have a read and rhyme program 3 days a week. And we're also promoting a program called 1,000 Books Before School, before kindergarten, sorry. So far we've had 46 children register in that, and we've graduated a number of them, and that just helps them get ready for that literacy that they're going to need as they go through school to be successful students. And then civic engagement. Some of you might remember that we teamed up with the Board of Trade to host the candidate forums for the municipal elections. And we also did that for the federal by-election in August. So lots of things going on at the public library. If you haven't been in a while, I invite you to come in and take a tour. It's after 3. You'll see it in full gear, or if you want the quiet, come at 10 in the morning. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Gosh, I'm going the wrong way. Or, yeah, I am. Okay. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry. Okay. Library space and collection size. Just because I've been asked how we stack up against other communities in the past, I've got these quick graphs. I think you can all see them in front of you. I should note that it's hard to compare Stettler Public Library to the libraries in these other communities because we are an intermunicipal board. The town of Stettler itself has less than 6,000 people, but many of the libraries that we're compared to have towns that have the same population. But for us, we're counted as 11,327 or something like that. So it's a little bit misleading, perhaps. But you'll see that for a library in a town the size of Stettler, and I know the intermunicipal agreement definitely benefits all of us. We're stacking up pretty good in terms of the collection. The Stettler Library is the red line. And then in terms of the library space, you can see we are on the low end because we are located in a small center. In-person visits, again, you can see 68,000 for 2024, which is pretty good. It's up a bit from the year before. And when we get to a future slide, you'll see that it might even exceed that again this year. Our annual open hours, 2,700 a year, which is in line with many of the libraries and communities that are bigger than us, as well as like Westlock, I think is the other intermunicipal library board on that list, but they have a couple of branches, and so I just focused in on their main branch. So community use and membership cards. You can see our circulation is quite good, 86,000. Yeah, in 2024, we're on track to exceed that perhaps, or come very close. We circulate about 5,000 to 8,000 books a month, depending. Like June, I think it's about 5,000. Other months, like when it gets cold, last month I think was 8,000. So it's very good. Like to see those winter reading sprees happening again. And then for cards, this is active card members. So they've changed how we count that, but that doesn't represent individual memberships. Many of those are family memberships. So that would be 5 people sharing a card or 2 people sharing a card. In some cases, the kids want their own card, and we do that too, because it's a pretty big step in your life when you get your first library card. You can borrow on your own. So programs and participants. We had 702 programs in 2024 with 6,417 participants, which, if you look at the libraries that had more participants, they're usually located in much bigger communities, except for Ponoka. I'm not sure what happened there, but they might have counted something like a parade in those statistics. I don't mean to slam Ponoka. Maybe they're doing that much programming. I'm not sure. Statistics overview. So you can see from those numbers that we had for 2024, where we're sitting this year. At the end of October, we had 72,000 circulations. And again, when you add 10 to 16,000 to that, we're going to do quite well in 2025 as well. 1,382 memberships. We're up to 1,615 cards, I should say, not memberships, but active cards. Library visits, we had 68,000 last year, and at the end of October, we had 60,000. And so our monthly door count is 4,293 to 8,500. So we've got some wiggle room to exceed that number from last year as well. For the programming, we had 702 programs, 6,417 participants. This year we've had, to the end of November, because I did these stats recently, 650 programs and 6,498. So we've exceeded the participants from last year, and we've got one more month to go. So I'm hopeful it'll climb even higher. And then with outreach, we had 184 visits to 2,315 client interactions. And then this year it's down a little bit, but I think that's possibly because of the teacher strike. We missed some of those colony schools that we've been delivering service to. So let's see, Summer Reading Club this year. It went from July 2nd through August 22nd. We had 458 participants. And we went out to the lake, which we do every year. We go to Rochon Sands on Wednesday mornings. This year we added White Sands in the afternoon. So we were able to double up on those outreach to the lake residents. We had 97 children join us at the lake. We did 6 family events over the course of the 7.5 weeks, and we had 114 participants. So some of those were bigger hits than others. The average would be 19 people per event, but I think it was more like 3 at one or 2, and then like 30 at others. So it ranges. We keep trying to fine tune and see what's going to drag them in, as well as promoting better. Total registered children, 238. And of those, 63 did the reading challenge, and we would really like to see that number go up because we've got some amazing prizes and they're sponsored by wonderful people in the community. That's not like you see one of the young fellows won a Ninja Creamy, which I sure wish I could win, but that was sponsored by a number of people in the community. They all teamed up and, well, they each sponsored a different prize, so it wasn't at a cost to the budget, but it's certainly a motivating factor for those readers. Let's see. So we keep on trying to expand our impact within the existing resources, but we find there's a growing demand for technology support and scam avoidance. Like every day we're learning about a new scam, and every day, like I shouldn't say every day we're helping to prevent one, but it feels like that some days. We had someone in printing off a shipping label for TELUS, and the staff member on the desk looked at that label and said, let me just Google that address. And it was a private residence, because we are aware that there's this TELUS scam where somebody sends you, they order the phones through your account to your address, and then it's the wrong phone. So then they send you a shipping label so that you can send it back to them, but you're really sending it on to a third party, and you're going to pay for it, right? And they'll do this as many times as they can before they get caught. It's very ingenious. But a lot of people have been targeted with it. And we've seen some in the library. So we've got increasing program attendance. You can see our numbers have gone, like post-COVID, I guess it was slow, 2022, but it has been climbing ever since then. And now, like if you go in there on a Wednesday night, especially at the end of the night, end of the month, you're going to see like reading book club. You're going to see teen game night. You're going to see lots of voice on the computers. And this is like we're often offering more than one program at a time in the library. And so it gets pretty hectic, and space can be an issue. If you look at the pictures, that's an adult crafting night on the top. And then on the bottom, I believe that's a teen game night. So we've finally found a formula to get those teens to come hang out at the library, because they're a tough crowd. And we've been working on expanding services in the counties. So we've been doing these things called the Come for a Bite sessions, which again are about that online navigating and staying safe. And, as you go to these sessions, you talk with people and you find out what they've been targeted with, and then you help. It's having those conversations, and people go back to their neighbors and they, hey, I heard about this scam. And so they're very valuable, I think, and we're going to continue those for as long as we can. We received a government grant, provincial government grant, to run that, and we've been doing it in partnership with the Stettler Learning Center, because they're also seeing a lot of people who need assistance learning how to navigate their devices and stay safe online. We're also providing services to colony schools. We do 3 schools where we go out in person, and then because capacity, staff time, we can't go everywhere. We're providing service to another 4 colony schools through the teachers. So we will shop and fill up the bags of books. The teachers will pick up the books and take them out to the colony. And then, of course, the Summer Reading Club. We're excited to add White Sands to that. So responsible stewardship of community resources. We're doing our best to work with the community. The Intermunicipal Library Board, I've got to say, it's a wonderful thing, because both the residents of Stettler County and the town get much more library than they could afford on their own. So We think kudos to all of you for supporting that agreement. And then we also apply for grants. Canada's Summer Jobs, the Come for Bites program was a result of a grant. And the picture of the ice cream shack was the soaring pilot project that we did through a grant with Alberta Health Services. And that provided some volunteer summer employment to youth, ages 12 to usually 14, but we could go up as high as 17. And then youth mentorship for people 18 to 24. And that it was self-sustaining once the grant bought the ice cream freezer. It gave the kids something fun to do. They learned how to handle money, to provide customer service. That was in partnership with HYC. They supplied a lot of mentors from their program. And so between them and the library, we were able to keep it staffed most days all summer. Let's see, collaborative community events. We work with the museum and the town and I think the county on the Canada Day celebrations. We're doing activities for Family Day at the Stettler Rec Center with the town and I think FRN and HYC. So wherever we can team up, we will. Cost savings, we're always looking for places to save money. We had switched over to voice over internet a couple of years ago to save money on those telephone bills. And that was quite effective. And we changed the way we prepare our brochures so that we could save money on the printing costs. This year, our big cost savings is coming in the form of WCB. We're switching to our own account. Now our payroll goes through the town is how they handle it, and then they bill us and we pay them. But because of that, we've been paying the town's WCB rate, which is a lot higher than the library's, which is like 44 cents to $100, I think. So we'll save a lot of money, like $3,000 to $4,000. When I say a lot, that's the level I'm talking. So there's that, and then volunteer contributions. We have people who volunteer their time, like our wonderful board, and as well as we have Gail Peterson. She comes in 30 years with employment supports, and she's there to help people with their resumes and preparing for job interviews and that sort of thing. She does it by appointment. And then community support. We have been lucky to receive a lot of financial support from members of the community. Superfluity every year, they go out of their way to bless lots of organizations in the county. And then this year we received money from the Masons on the sale of their lodge, the Apollo Lodge. So that was unexpected and certainly welcome. So I guess down to the nuts and bolts of it, our expenses haven't gone up much, but we do have to realize, as you do, that there is inflation. I mean, even a box of photocopy paper, it's an easy example. It's gone from $48 maybe in 2021 to like $79 or so now. So there are actual unavoidable costs that we do have at the library. In terms of books, and then increased demand for ebooks and that sort of thing. So we're asking for an additional $800 under equipment, a little bit $600 under library materials and programming. Office maintenance has gone up a bit, and that's where the paper and that sort of thing comes in. But we've tried to keep it as close as we could to the existing budget or the budget from 2025. Staff wages and expenses, that's going up because we have a salary grid and people, are finding it tough too. And so we have to make those wage adjustments and make sure that people are able to afford the groceries. So that was the bulk of the expenses. And so when we go to investing in community and lifelong learning, you will see that the lines have gone up a little bit for the town of Stettler and the county of Stettler. We're asking for an additional, trying to do the math, 2,500-ish this year. And so that represents a 1.83% increase. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, we've tried to keep it down as much as possible. The portion of funding that does not come from the town and county, even though it's not increasing this year, it has increased from 22% of the total budget in 2018 to 25.8% of the total budget in 2026. You know, to do better in that area, I think we might need more hands in the pot, right? And we don't want to go there yet right now. So I'm hoping that you guys will support this budget increase. And because we certainly love what we do, all the staff and the board is very dedicated to the mission of the library, to make sure people have information, access to information, and fun things to do without a financial barrier or a barrier of needing to know people. If you are on your own in this town, you can come to the library and you can meet people and connect and over shared interests. So we're just trying to respond to everyday needs in the most efficient way we can and help people have fun. And so thank you for all your support in the past, and I'm hoping that that's how we can continue. Any questions?
During the teacher strike, did you notice more usage, less usage? Did it have much of an effect on the library?
Yeah, you know, I don't have the numbers. I can get those for you if you'd like, but definitely we offered extra programming. Kiana's Kitchen was very popular. Come and have a snack and hang out at the library. And of course, the use of the computers went up that month because that's, if you go in, that's a lot of the young fellows will come there, you know, after school or when their siblings are playing hockey. It's a great place to hang out because you're under some form of adult supervision, but we leave you alone as long as you're behaving. There was quite a bit of, I know other organizations tried to offer extra programming too, but we certainly saw children at the library.
Councillor Nyberg?
I have a few questions actually. At one time you guys did some second language work too as well. You had opportunity to learn a second language or to as English as a second language. I think you were working with the Learning Center. Are you still doing some of that?
We haven't been lately. We lost the volunteer who was doing that. And then there's been some changes at the Learning Center in different EDs, and we haven't gotten back to collaborating on that. But we do still offer language databases. And like right now it's transparent languages. And so you can sign up for free. If you're going to Italy, you can learn some Italian before you go. Or if you're ESL, you can improve your English. And there's courses in there that you can gear to your interests, if it's for work or if it's just to communicate with your neighbors.
Very cool. And then also still collaborating with FCSS a little bit as well too. I just noticed there wasn't much this time, so.
Oh, FCSS? Yeah, we still collaborate with them on the Canada Day celebrations at the museum. I'm trying to think, you know, it seems that we've been collaborating a little bit with the Learning Center on the digital, and we've been collaborating with HYC on the ice cream. And I'm looking over at Jane, I'm like, and they change, right?
I noticed the FCSS there, and I know we've done some stuff with you guys, but I can't remember. It's the same. I know we've done it, but I can't remember. I can't pinpoint what program we've done. So. And my last question, just on the budget portion of it, did your guys' rent or go up, or did your utilities go up, or where are you seeing? Is it all in labor?
Yeah, it's not all in labor. Our rent hasn't gone up, but there's been, because we do so many programs with organizations and individuals that are outside the library, like we've been charged now for some of those room rentals because, you know, sometimes we just can't do all the programs in the library, especially if it's something that's confidential or, you know, or you need a quiet environment like an author reading. So we will book rooms now and pay a little bit for some of those rooms. I mean, some of them are still given to us for
And
free.
in some of those cases,
Yeah.
we have put a bowl out and say, $4 to $5
Yeah.
to users, so we trying to instill and encourage a little bit more user pay. Do you request to speak into the microphone? We do have to go.
Oh, sorry. Okay, come on.
Oh, sorry. You can't hear me? I can yell. Oh, okay. Yes, well, we have integrated a kind of a user pay suggestion. Lots of times we'll put a bowl out and ask users to come in that are using the yoga, the whatever, if they could throw in $5, $2, whatever. It does help with the cover of that room. But yeah, so unfortunately, all the costs have gone up all across. So even for the
Just trying to pinpoint.
Yeah.
Councilor Gano?
Great presentation, and I know you all do great work. And I'm glad that we have you, Rhonda, and everyone else for tying everyone in. I do have one question about the budget regarding wages. What percentage of cost of living did you use? As we're actually going through the same discussions now. Thank you.
We went with 2%.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Gano?
Move the budget.
Move the budget.
Budget from the.
Just for information, you're still in the budgeting process and the committee. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
You asked for clarification because you got three different answers, so, yeah.
We would only actually approve the budget if you were further along in the budget process, but in an election year, we're never that far along.
We haven't done this yet.
I move that we accept the library presentation as information.
Call the question, all in favor?
Usually we're done by the time we get New year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for seeing us.
Thanks, Sheree. Now we're back to financial reports. 11.2.1, 11.2.2, and 11.2.3, pages 93 to 113. Was there any questions that have come in on them, or did we have any come in on them? So is there any questions now, or can I have somebody move our reports?
I'll move the report, Mr. Chair.
The reports?
Report, sir.
If there's no questions, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 114 of the package.
Chair, just one comment for Councillor Adam. Yeah, so November 16th, typically we do pay for travel. So you drove up, that'd be a half day that you should probably charge. You could charge it on your next fee sheet. Just make a note of it, missed on your last one. So.
Oh, traveling up to convention.
Yeah. Typically you do get paid for your travel time. So. Unless you don't want to bill for it, but that's a personal decision at that point.
Is there any other questions, concerns on the? Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we approve the councillor fee sheets with the amendment.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Councilor committee reports, we've got the full listing in front of us. And if there's a page number beside it, it means you've put a report in. One that I didn't put a report in because of the minutes that we have for it is Shirley McClellan Regional Water Services. We had a meeting where we'd put our budget out to the other members from the commission. And we will be voting on our budget come the 22nd. So
You'll also see the tender results for phase 8 then.
And phase 8, we'll see the tender results, which take us out to the Saskatchewan border. And an update on phase 7, which isn't going to be complete this year.
Not quite, but substantially.
And we've got a railroad crossing that still will be. Yeah.
CP gave us notification that we could cross their line with about 10 days left in the construction season that they would allow us to do it. And we really hemmed and hawed about whether we thought we could get it done in that time. And ultimately, we had already planned on remobilizing in the spring, so we just deferred it.
So just to Councillor Stevens, and this one is the doctor recruitment and retention one. And we may have got an update or this already, but in the past, we had a few of the doctors, not naming any of the names go forward, but we had offered some of them an extra incentive. Did they all take it, or where did we end up on that, or is that finalized?
So the gray area doctors who received an incentive relatively recently, but predated our agreement, there was 3 that fell into that category. 1 out of the 3 accepted. So the Vermilions did not want to extend it. It sounds like they have no imminent plans of leaving, but I don't think they're comfortable locking into another contract at this time.
So my question would be, is it still on the offer for them that if they came back and said, hey, we're sticking around, is it something that would?
I would assume, I don't know if our policy actually speaks to that.
Andrew's got his hand up.
In general,
he wrote it,
but be open to it.
Yeah, the policy does not have a time limit for those. It's the 2022 to 2024 partially incentivized doctors. They could get that top up at any point. It's just the new 5-year term starts when they get it. So, they're staying longer in the community. So it's almost more beneficial for them to come back at, the end of their first 5 years and say, oh, well, can I still get into that? Because then you're getting another 5 years from that point.
But if they decide to pull out early, that's the policy, just for everybody. Pull out early, so they have to pay back on a program.
Yeah, if they pull out within 2 years of receiving an incentive, they pay back 100% of the incentive. And then between that 2-year second anniversary and the 5th anniversary of them starting their practice, the rate they would have to pay back declines on a straight line depreciation.
Logically, it makes some sense when you have doctors that are in the community, have a caseload, are familiar with our hospital, our clinics, our staff. Getting them longer rather than trying to attract new ones makes a ton more sense.
I just wondered, I hadn't heard an update on who and where that was at, because that was a shared program with us in the town, correct?
Yeah. I'd like to thank Councillor Stevens for doing that wonderful report every month. I praise him every month just to keep me from having to write it. So
you get the gold star, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah.
I'll give you a motion to receive the reports as information, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. So with this listing of names here, though, go forward, it's up to each of us just to check off if we should have had a report in or not. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, just to that, what is the best way that Michelle would like us to send these? Because I have been doing them on a Word program. And then when I go to send it, I think there's some issues about where my
from what email it gets sent from, maybe, I don't know, and then it's editable or something, I'm not sure. Not edible, but editable.
Editable.
I'm not incredibly picky, just confirming maybe. I would prefer if you wrote it in a Word document. There is a preference for that. There is one person who would feel very called out by that request, especially since you just got a gold star. But as long as I receive them in time before the meetings, just please can send me an email confirming which ones you have sent in a month, because that way I can confirm. I know we had a former counselor who would send me 3 or 4 in a row, and I might only get 2 or 3. So
is it possible that we could set up like a,
we could set up a part of the drive that you guys could just put your files in?
a format so that, like the one that I sent off here has a letterhead to it. I'll be honest, that was me playing a little bit. That's not usual for me, but it makes for a good format for my other counselor partner. If they were to choose to do that, it would be nice to be able to copy and paste. I'm not going to lie. Anytime we have a little bit of extra time to do stuff, it's a blessing. So
we can definitely build something into your auto sync file so that you guys can access templates and whatnot.
Yeah, template. That's what I was going for.
Mr. Stevens, if you could please follow that format, that would be wonderful.
You got the gold star. Just keep doing what you're doing.
It just sent me another one in my email just about 5 minutes ago. So.
During lunch break.
11.4.13. Is that mine?
11.4.13.
Red Deer River.
I've got.
Is the CRMA Directors Committee, which our Reeve and Deputy Reeve are a part of.
They're quarterly.
You'll have your first meeting in January.
So the Reeve gives a report though?
Absolutely, 100%.
Actually, in the past, it will change go forward now, but in the past, as I was chair of that board, the deputy Reeve would do it. But now, being on the board for RMA, I won't be the chair of it anymore. So then I'll take that back. Okay.
And typically for that one, Mr. Gano, is you will get minutes for it. And if you just put in the minutes, because unless you want to add something more to it, it's pretty formalized already. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And by doing that, that'll allow our staff has been very patient and very diligent in making sure those meetings go very well. So hats off to the staff on that for the RMA District 2 meetings. Okay. Did I call a question there? Yeah, I had. Okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure we didn't skip. I didn't get slapped from the other side here. Okay, consent agenda items. Is there any of these that we need to bring forward, Yvette, or is it just more for?
I don't know if you're curious about the one from Alberta Ministries of Municipal Affairs. It was to do with the LGFF and the CCBF project eligibility. They don't want you spending 100% of your grant funds on infrastructure. They want you to use some tax dollars. We're okay. We're going to talk about this at budget tomorrow also. Then the Electoral Boundaries Commission engagement, I think both Reeve Clark and Councillor Gano had some.
We'd met with municipal affairs, and for a lot of our rural municipalities, this is very concerning. And right now, it doesn't typically affect our area, but it really affects some other areas, and it strongly urbanized. It puts more urban votes in. So when we have a lot of ground to cover from a rural basis, plus it thins out the vote quite a bit. So a lot of those areas are asking if we can put a letter of support in just to watch what they're doing, and if they have to increase it in the cities, just to to watch how they're increasing and not to reduce it too much. I think that was a term ago when they did that, and it used to be Drumheller Stettler for our district, and then it became Drumheller Stettler Provost, and it's a huge area, especially our minister has, with his portfolio, to try and get around that area is just an undaunting task. And even before, it was very busy, but I know when he lost election, he said he couldn't believe the miles on a day. And whereas some people in the city, they can drive like across the riding. Councillor Stevens?
I'm very torn on this one. I get that ever expanding ridings in Alberta make it somewhat cumbersome to get representation and to feel connected to your MLA when that riding gets so large. But at the same point, I argue from the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to our federal government and representation, where we are underrepresented there because they don't want to anger people in the east by equalizing for population, because that's ultimately what they're trying to do. So I'm really torn on this, how I can argue that it's unfair when the feds do it, but it's fair when the province does it. So I'm torn.
This, and I'm 100% with Mr. Stevens on this one. And short of making the ridings around the two big metropolitan cities in the shapes of pies, and trying to, move out from there, how do you make a good urban and rural mix together? And they're trying to do by community, right? So, and nothing would ever work perfectly. I think in our proposal, Hardisty is supposed to come into ours. I don't know what the population of Hardisty is, 400 people. So it's not like a huge difference to us. I don't think it's going to change our voting pattern whatsoever. However, I get the idea now that that's another 150 kilometers both ways for Mr. Horner. That's the reality we're in, and I'm just as torn as Mr. Stevens on this, because you look at Nova Scotia with a population of Alberta, or a little less now, and they have twice the amount of representation we do. So I could see the other side. The people in the city are saying, here's where all the people are, albeit we make all the money.
Do we demand the Quebec rule where you can't change the number of our boundaries? Doesn't matter how unequal it becomes for population. We're just that unique where the rules don't apply anymore. I can't get there.
We still have a very large network of roads and bridges that we have to support, so that has to be recognized though too, by representation, to get resources to those powerful urban centers so they can make a product.
No, and that's the fight that we have, that we definitely have. I'll be honest, if the provincial government asked me to be on that task force, I would have a real hard time with it, because it is a tough decision that whoever is going to be making and drawing those new boundary lines is going to have to balance that out, right?
That they had fully admit right up at the front too. It's a tough one to be on. Yeah, because you do get.
I'm sure Councillor Walker can appreciate this, because during the last redrawing, I think it was his ward that got bigger.
They certainly did. They took from 2 or 3 other groups.
We do it at our own level, right?
Yeah.
We need to figure out a way to solve this. Is we put a resolution forward. If you remember, the 3 members that were here, to decentralize the government boards and jobs, not to be concentrated in the larger centers. So maybe
if we are going to write a letter to our government, that they should take our resolution and look very strongly at it and do some decentralization, because it doesn't, not everybody has to live in the city. There's a entire provincial building in the town of Stettler that could house a number of working individuals, which would add to the population of our fine constituent.
Well, even, and at our convention, we even saw it with colleges and pieces like that, that colleges in some of these places is going to be devastating to them. And they have offered really good programs and for staffing and everything else.
There is two ways to do it, right? You can change the boundaries, or you can change the people that live in the boundaries. And they have the power to do some of the changing of where people live. They'll follow the jobs.
Councilor Gallo? Good, okay. That was just some concerns that came forward on those. Is there anything else on consent agenda items? Councilor Stevens?
Oh, if there's nothing else, I'll give you a motion to receive for information.
Call the question, all in favor?
So, and Mr. Chair, that doesn't exclude any individual for writing a letter and stating their opinion. I think versus writing a letter, you can go online and make your submission online too.
Just for
Okay.
clarification, sorry, did you want us to respond?
I think you kind of heard it from the table. It's a real mixed message there, so.
Just double check.
Back anything RMA, maybe as they look into it too, I'll bring it back to our table.
But focus on that resolution, because there is an option to push that one faster and harder and focus that
basis.
How, what's the timing of that resolution? Was it several years ago?
No, last fall.
Last fall, yeah. And you look at buildings they're talking about within the town of Stettler, you got a provincial building, we got a lottery building. They've been talking about that's, would be available.
Already owned for office space too. It's not like it's new capital money they'd have to put into to have those people in there.
This was somewhat deemed as divisive, because at the time, the urban municipalities, in particular Calgary and Edmonton,
I remember,
foul about taxes or grants in lieu of taxes, because the province was only paying 50% of the value of the property taxes for these government buildings. And that was the counterpoint. While you get tens of thousands of jobs and families, plus all the economic spin-off, if you want to move those families out here, we'll give you a tax break, don't worry, 50% is good. So it was deemed as somewhat a rural-urban divide on that.
Earlier this year.
Oh, yeah. Spring, sorry, yeah. And Mr. Stevens did get up to speak to that. It was actually very, very well done. He offered up to both the mayor of Calgary and Edmonton that he would take them both, so. How would I say, a rousing applaud, I guess. That was.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is our in-camera session. We accept, yeah, we motion, yep. Okay, so in camera. Mr. Stevens?
Motion to move in camera.
Call the question, all in favor?
Mr. Chairman, we have a tabled motion that I'd like to bring back to the,
We'll pull it up.
But under my faster because I need to get the table motion from the October, October 26th meeting, Andrew? No. What meeting is that? November 12th?
yeah, that was 12th. I was zooming in.
So.
Yeah, so it's motion 497, 11.12.2025. The motion that was tabled was that, no, sorry, that was the rescission motion. It was 499. That was tabled. That council appoint Harry Burke as a member at large to the County of Stettler number 6 Agricultural Services Board.
Motion's on the table. Call the question. All in favor?
Do you want to make the next motion or? Okay, I'd like to make the motion that we appoint Lance Nelson to the Agricultural Service Board as our member, our second member at large. Already got Harry. We just did that, so.
And I guess just a comment prior to the vote is we had some wonderful applicants, and hopefully as we open applications up in future years, we have the same degree of difficulty in picking people, because it was a very difficult pick because everybody had great qualifications they could bring to the table. So I'm not, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Next meeting is.
Note, Mr. Chairman, we will send our regrets to the folks that didn't make it, correct?
Always.
Okay, thank you. Letting them know that we didn't have such great candidates and look forward to possibly seeing what happens next year.
Next meeting, the next County of Stettler number 6 meeting is January 14th, 2025. 2026. Oh, somebody
Yeah, I just noticed that.
just made a to the
I can
agenda.
take you back a year if you want.
And I need one more motion for today. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Adam, motion to adjourn. All in favor?